Good evening. We have been in closed session. City Manager, do we have any actions to report?
Good evening, Your Honor. No actions to report. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now reconvene our City Council meeting. I'd like to welcome everyone joining us in the council chambers, along with everyone watching remotely. We continue to encourage the public to stay civically involved by participating in the bi-monthly meetings. We ask that you treat one another with respect despite having a difference in opinion. This is where we can truly practice the principles of democracy. As we move into the regular business agenda, it is important to us that you have an opportunity to voice your comments. Public emails have a deadline at 5:30 p.m. on the Monday before the council meeting if you wish to comment. Thank you for those who have met today's deadline. They have been forwarded to the council as supplemental material and will be entered into the public record. Any emails submitted after deadline prior to adjournment will still be added to public record. We are now moving on to item 2, flag salute and invocation. If there is anyone in our audience who is a military veteran, please stand or raise your hand so that we may recognize you. And now, please remain standing, and the flag salute will be led by Councilwoman Kalani, and the invocation by Councilwoman Lewis.
Please join me as we salute our flag and pay tribute to our country. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Bow your heads. Dear Lord, as those entrusted with leading this great city of Torrance, please help each one of us become leaders in balance and realize the important impact of our way of thinking and our way of living, and leaders that are built from inside out. Help us to approach our leadership as a relationship, just not as a position, filled with listening, reflection, and intentional good. Please help us appreciate how collaboration with a purpose and enable us to make and reach better decisions and to execute our decisions better. We ask all of this in your name. Amen.
Thank you both. Now I'll take a report of the city clerk on the posting of the agenda.
Your Honor, this agenda was posted on Friday, April 14th, with a revised agenda posted on Thursday, April 20th.
Thank you. I'll take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 4, announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental items.
Thank you, Your Honor. Adam Chapari, City Manager. There are supplemental materials available online on the city's website on torranceca.gov for the following items. Item number 7, oral communications. AG from Finance approved third amendment to contract services agreement for employee payroll services. 9A, community services provide direction regarding off-leash dog park and potential park locations for off-leash facilities. And lastly, item 10A from Community Development. Consider appeal of Planning Commission approval of precise plan of development to allow one-story additions, a remodel, and a new roof to an existing one-story single-family residence on property located within the Hillside Overlay District in the R1 zone at 22216 Red Beam Avenue. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 5, council committee meetings and announcement. For the first one, at this time, I'd like to invite 2 guests from the Torrance Refining Company, Barbara Graham or Jaswina Lafayette, to share with the council an exciting announcement regarding a series of upcoming concerts, including one here in Torrance they are proudly supporting.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, staff, and community members.
I'm Jaswina Lafayette, Community Relations Advisor at the Torrance Refining Company. We thank you for this opportunity to introduce to you one of our community partners in the arts, Contrapunctus, led by Executive Director Raymond Jacobs, who is with me tonight. Contrapunctus offers Baroque classical music performances by young music professionals, many of whom study at prestigious schools such as Juilliard and the Colburn School of Music here in Los Angeles. In the past, I know the city has been very supportive and supported their concerts, and Torrance Refining Company has been a partner as well for the past 5 years to help expose those students to and develop an appreciation for classical music and reap the benefits of learning music, especially with its ties to brain development and particularly in learning math. Contrapunctus has actually provided virtual lessons to our local schools as well. And so this year, Torrance Refining Company is once again happy to support this organization, and we're underwriting 2 free concerts for the community next month, one at El Camino College with our partner, and one with our other partner, Cal State Dominguez Hills. And so we are inviting all of you to please attend, bring your family and friends. And do please let us know if you'd like to attend so we can make sure we have some seats reserved. If you'd like, if it's okay, I'd like to just introduce very briefly the Executive Director, Raymond Jacobs, who can tell me a little bit more about the concert. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting us here. I don't know, I mean, the concert we have, it's a watershed moment for us because we've never actually performed auditorium concerts. We typically perform at church sanctuaries. So when we actually perform at the Cal State Dominguez Hills University Theater, it'll be our first time that we've actually performed in an actual auditorium of that size. But for the occasion, we're going to be presenting a very special musical offering. You're probably all quite familiar with the music of Johann Sebastian Bach. Who doesn't know about Bach, but very few people know about his sons. And in particular, one of his most influential sons, a composer by the name of Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach, who actually ushered in the era of classical music with his expressive style of writing, which influenced the likes of Mozart, Beethoven, Mendelssohn, Joseph Haydn, and even Franz Schubert. So we're actually going to be performing his music, which is seldom performed anywhere, for that night, as well as the night that we're going to be having at El Camino College. And we'd certainly like to invite you to come and experience something quite exquisite. I was writing a grant today, and typically we take a very different approach than most symphony orchestras. When you go to a symphony orchestra, and I'm not going to, I mean, LA Phil's wonderful. You're going to know what you're going to expect when you go to an LA Phil performance. But when you come see us perform, you're going to experience something new, something rather eclectic, something that's compelling, and something that's going to stay with you for many years to come. And I can assure you that once you attend that concert, you're going to leave that concert wondering, why didn't I hear this group before? Why didn't I know about this music before? Because we want to make that sort of an impact and that sort of an impression on everyone that comes in and watches us perform live. So again, I wanted to thank you for this moment, and I hope that you'll take time to come see us. Again, it's going to be Wednesday, May 24th at 8 p.m. at the Cal State University Dominguez Hills University Theater. And then 2 days later, Friday the 26th, we're going to be at the El Camino College Campus Theater, again at 8 o'clock. And once again, those performances are free, and everyone is welcome to join in and attend. Thank you again. Oh, yeah.
We have some flyers for you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for Torrance Refining Company for sponsoring these free concerts, I believe. Next one will be Councilman Kaji from the Finance and Government Operations Committee.
Thank you, Mayor. The Finance and Government Operations Committee will meet on Thursday, April 27th, 2023 at 3 o'clock p.m. The meeting will be held in the Leroy J. Jackson Council Chambers. The purpose of the meeting is for the City Manager's Office and Land Management Team to provide an update on the city's own property portfolio and discuss options for a potential land use study. The public is invited to attend this meeting and provide comments on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Kaji. I believe you have one more.
Yes, I do. Thank you. In August of 2021, the City Council adopted an ordinance amending Division 8 by repealing Chapter 8 in its entirety regarding signs adding Division 8, Chapter 8, regulating construction of signs, and adding Chapter 11 regarding signs to Division 9. Given the city's financial outlook, I would like to seek City Council concurrence to direct staff to bring back the ordinance to the City Council to reconsider the option to allow digital signs in the City of Torrance. This new revenue source can help support essential city services and operations. Do I have council concurrence?
Can you leave your thumbs up so I can make it count? Okay, that's 4, 5, 6. 6-1. Got concurrence.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. This year, the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors declared the month of April 2023 as Art Month to recognize and celebrate the power of the arts and highlight their commitment to promoting the arts throughout Los Angeles County. Here in Torrance, we are very fortunate to have a strong arts presence and representation in many forms, from the Torrance Art Museum to the Torrance Cultural Arts Center to the Torrance Theater Company, which I had the pleasure of visiting over the weekend. If you haven't been, please do so, as well as our Torrance Cultural Arts Foundation, or shortly known as TOCA. This nonprofit organization, founded in 1995, continues to be the driving force and inspiration to promoting and inspiring art and culture within the Torrance community. I would like to recognize many of the TOCA board members who continue to advocate and support the local arts through their many years of service. I would like to get council concurrence to ask the staff to bring back a formal acknowledgement at a later meeting for the TOCA board members, some of which who have served 5 and up to 10 years. May I have council concurrence? Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
I think I counted 7-0 on that one. Councilman Shake, you have the next one.
Thank you, Mayor. With the concurrence of my colleagues, I'd like to request that staff investigate and return with an item for the cost to install a permanent multicolor lighting system at the City Hall to allow the city to celebrate various holidays and acknowledgements throughout the year. As a reflection of diversity in our city, I'd like to showcase and recognize all faiths and cultures on the appropriate holidays and use this as a way to celebrate our community. Do I have concurrence from my colleagues?
I think you got 7-0.
Thank you.
Chief Dumais.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. David Dumais, Fire Chief. We would like to remind the community that the Torrance Refining Company will be conducting the monthly test of the Community Alert Siren System on Wednesday, May 3rd at 11:30 a.m. That's a week from tomorrow. As a reminder, this is only a test. The test is described as follows. A 1-minute all-clear chime will proceed a 2-minute siren warning test. Total testing time will not exceed 5 minutes. It is important to note the siren tone carries a greater distance and may be heard beyond the reach of the chimes. During an actual emergency, when you hear the sirens, we encourage the community to take action and shelter, shut, and listen for instructions from the city. Shelter in place means if you are outside while at home, go inside. Close all windows, doors, and vents, and turn off air conditioning. Listen for instructions from local cable, radio, social media sites, and through Torrance Alerts. If driving, continue to drive. Close all windows and vents, set air conditioning to recirculate, turn your radio to 1620 AM city sounds for local instructions. Listen for the chimes that signal the all-clear message to signal the emergency is concluded. For additional information regarding the community sirens, please contact the Torrance Refining Company Community Relations at 310-212-1852. That's 310-212-1852. We also encourage the community to sign up for Torrance Alert, which is Torrance Emergency Notification and Warning System. For more information regarding Torrance Alerts, please go to the city's webpage. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Chief. Next one will be City Clerk Poirier.
Thank you, Your Honor. The City of Torrance is currently accepting applications for our city commission. Commission appointments will take place at the city council meeting on Tuesday, June 6, 2023. The application deadline is Thursday, May 4th by 5 p.m. Applications are being accepted at the city clerk's counter via U.S. mail or email to cityclerk@torranceca.gov. Postmarks are not accepted. Applicants must be an elector of the City of Torrance and have completed commission certification training within the last 2 years to be eligible for appointment, and there is still time to sign up for the training. Commissioners applying for reappointment must also be current on Ethics AB 1234 and non-supervisory harassment prevention training. For more information, please visit torranceca.gov/government/commissions or call the office of the city clerk at 310-618-2870. Your Honor, I also have a mea culpa. At the meeting of April 11th, under the discussion for item 9G, consider extending the vote by mail drop box agreement, I was asked how many ballots were dropped in the vote by mail drop box. I was provided an incorrect estimate. The correct estimate should have been 4,000 ballots. I apologize for any inconvenience this may have caused. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? I think I got everybody. We're now moving on to item 6, community matters. Item 6A, honoring Kathleen Pollard of the City Manager's Office upon her retirement from the City of Torrance after 23 years of service. And that's Resolution 2023-33.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2023-33, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Kathleen J. Pollard upon her retirement from the city after 23 years of service.
I'll take a motion to adopt Resolution 2023-33.
Move to adopt Resolution 2023-33.
I'll second.
I'm not seeing my motion box.
I plugged you in.
Are we not getting the buttons?
I'm not sure why you didn't get it. Start voting, please. Are you still not getting the voting box?
Well, getting it voting, yeah, but not the ability to motion.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're moving on to item 6B, and I will go to the podium, and I'll ask Councilman Kaji to read Proclamation 6B.
Thank you, Your Honor. Whereas Asian American and Pacific Islander, or AAPI, Heritage Month is observed in the month of May to recognize the history and achievements of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, and whereas the month of May was chosen as AAPI Heritage Month to commemorate the immigration of the first Japanese citizen to the United States on May 7th, 1843, and to mark the anniversary of the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad on May 10th, 1869, in which the majority of the workers who laid the tracks were Chinese immigrants. And whereas the City of Torrance is proud to be the home to a large AAPI population that contributes greatly to the prosperity of the community and offers a diversity of cultures, languages, and religions. And whereas while we celebrate the contributions of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, we must also acknowledge a darker aspect of the AAPI experience in the United States, which includes painful stereotypes and structural discrimination. And whereas we celebrate and honor the invaluable contributions the AAPI communities have made to our nation's culture and the arts, law, science and technology, sports, and public service, including the courageous Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders served on the front lines during the pandemic as healthcare providers, first responders, teachers in the armed forces, and other essential workers. And whereas the City of Torrance is proud to celebrate Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month and commemorate the essential contributions, sacrifices, and accomplishments that Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders have made to our community and nation.
Now, therefore, I, George Chen, as Mayor of the City of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim May 2023 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, the City of Torrance and call upon the residents of City of Torrance to learn more about the history of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders signed this 25th day of April 2023. I'm going to ask our Commissioner, Kim Wine, to step forward and please share a few words with us as I come down.
Honorable Mayor Chan, honorable City Council members, it's my honor to accept this proclamation tonight from our city. Thank you for recognizing and celebrating the diversity of our country and especially Torrance. Torrance, we have a multicultural community. We have many Asian Americans, as you could see tonight, that serve our community in the local government level, commissions, volunteering. So I feel with all of us working together and learning together, we can make the city and our country a better place to live. So I thank you for this proclamation tonight.
Thank you, Commissioner Wang. I present this to you. All right.
Thank you.
Get a photo here. Ready? 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you, Commissioner Wang. Now we're on to item 6C, proclamation for National Public Safety and Telecommunications Week. I will ask Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas the week of April 9th through the 15th celebrated National Public Safety Telecommunications Week, this annual recognition honors thousands of men and women in public safety communications for their commitment, service, and sacrifice. And whereas the City of Torrance Public Safety Communications Center is a critical component of the emergency communications chain. Emergencies and disasters can occur at any time, requiring police, fire, or emergency medical service to respond promptly and efficiently in order to protect life and property. And whereas the public safety telecommunicators are the first and most critical point of contact when members in the community and the public need emergency services. The intricacies of the public safety dispatching can be one of the most hectic, stressful, and demanding jobs in all of law enforcement and fire service. And whereas the City of Torrance Public Safety Communications Center continues to be a critical component of the emergency communication, providing a vital link for our police officers and firefighters by monitoring their activities by radio, controlling radio traffic while effectively coordinating field operations, and providing emergency personnel information to ensure their safety. And whereas the City of Torrance would like to acknowledge and show appreciation to the dedicated professionals within the city's Public Safety Communications Center for the integral role that they play in this difficult and challenging career, not only during this designated week, but all throughout the year.
Now therefore I, George Chen, as Mayor of the City of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim April 9 through 15, 2023, National Public Safety Telecommunications Week in the City of Torrance, signed this 25th day of April 2023. And I think we have Karen Farmer here. Would you like to share a few words with us?
Sure. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I am very grateful to accept this proclamation on behalf of my team, and thank you so much for recognizing the hard work that they do every day and every day all year long. But this week was very special, and we had a great week, and I really appreciate the honor this is. Thank you so much.
Well, we appreciate all that your team does, because I believe when someone calls 911, one of you are answering. So thank you for answering the call.
Thank you.
Now, for this one, I believe there's going to be a whole group who's going to be recipients. So actually, I'm going to ask them to just come up, whoever's going to come up, and then I'll ask Councilwoman Kalani, once they get settled up here, please read the proclamation.
It's my honor, Mayoress, and while they're coming up to the podium, I'd just like to say that we just received news as a family that our second family member has won the fight against cancer recently. So. Whereas, are we all here? There you go. What a good-looking group. Whereas the American Cancer Society is a nonprofit organization whose mission is to end cancer as we know it for everyone. And whereas the American Cancer Society offers communities an opportunity to show their support in the fight against cancer by participating in Paint the Town Purple Week. And whereas the Torrance community will paint the town purple April 25th through May 5th, including the Relay for Life event on May 6, 2023 at South High School from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Residents and businesses are encouraged to paint the town purple by decorating with ribbons and lights of purple, donating to and joining the American Cancer Society's Relay for Life in Torrance. And whereas monies raised during Paint the Town Purple will support the Relay for Life of Torrance to further the American Cancer Society's mission to save lives and create a world with less cancer. And whereas 1 in 2 men and 1 in 3 women will hear those words, "You have cancer." Patients are devastated, but there is hope. That hope comes from the advanced medicine and treatments available through efforts like those of the American Cancer Society. And whereas today there are over 17 million cancer survivors in the United States and over 32 million worldwide because of the support of the American Cancer Society, community fundraisers like Paint the Town Purple make these efforts possible.
Now, therefore, I, George Chen, as Mayor of the City of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim April 25th to May 5th, 2023 as Paint the Town Purple Week. In the City of Torrance, I encourage the community to wear purple. Councilwoman Kalani, she got the memo. Decorate purple, participate and donate to the Relay for Life, spread the word about cancer prevention, and continue to support the fight against cancer during Paint the Town Purple Week, as well as during the year. Signed this 25th day of April 2023. Do I have a representative who's going to speak? Yeah. All right, Keith.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, council members, staff, and community. Thank you we appreciate and are grateful for your continued support over the years for the Relay for Life of Torrance. We have learned recently that we are number 24 in the nation as far as relays go. So we're very proud of that. Our goal this year is to raise $245,000, and a lot of that money stays local as much as possible. We're also very encouraged what we hear from doctors that the number of options they have now when treating cancer patients. So every day, every year that goes by, the treatments get better and we get closer to that cure that we're looking for.
Thank you very much.
And then I'm a co-lead, and this is our other co-lead.
My name is Sharon Fidali, and again, council members, I appreciate your support. I wanted to kind of explain to you what you were given earlier this evening. You were given a little bag that has a QR code that will give you a link to our event. We're inviting you all to register and join us on Saturday for our event, but you will also find that you were given a baggie, and on the back of the baggie it says, "Honor a life touched by cancer, dedicate a luminaria today." And each of these bags, we ask our community members to dedicate to someone within their own family and their own lives that has been impacted by cancer. I think we all have at least one or more. And then we use these in the evening to light up our track so that we walk the track and really remember why we're there. So I would encourage you to think about who you could dedicate a luminaria to. You can click on the QR code, tells you exactly how to fill it out, how to do it. Bring it with you to the event when you come to see us on Saturday. Thank you.
The only thing you did not mention, I'm going to let you share, is the event. Do anybody know when is the event?
Yeah, I'll take that one. Okay, our event is Saturday, May 6th at South High School. It's a 12-hour event, 9 in the morning to 9 at night. We invite you all to please come join us and experience the event and be a part of it. We are looking forward to a great day of entertainment and fellowship and sharing our experiences that day. So we invite you all, please come out, please donate if you can. Any little bit helps. Fundraising is all we do, but all we do depends on it. So please come out and support us.
Super. So I believe what you just said was also May 6th, South High School, 9 a.m. And if you come, think purple. Hopefully you wear purple. Let's get the group together for a photo.
Okay, you take it. You take it.
All right.
You want to be there?
No, you go.
On the stairs?
Oh,
Taking pictures.
Okay. Don't cover her.
I'm sorry, I have to go.
Ready in 3, 2, 1. Perfect. Thank you. One of you got to take this.
Thank you, Mary.
Got it. All right. I was just told that we have a Torrance employees team, and Brian Sunshine is our captain. So Team Torrance, May 6th, 9 a.m., South High School. Thank you. We're moving on to item 6E, Community Matters. Do we have Jill?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jill Reed with the City Manager's Office. Mayor, I thought you had remarks for introducing the item.
Thank you for the reminder.
Thank you.
The City of Torrance has a long tradition honoring members of the armed forces. Since 2012, the Hometown Heroes Military Banner Recognition Program has allowed the community to say thank you to Torrance residents serving in the armed forces in active duty as veterans or veterans of the past. Tonight, we're proud to introduce the 32 new banners in the 2023 Hometown Heroes program. We would like to thank each of them for their dedicated service. At this time, I'll turn it over to Jill to begin the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce this year's Hometown Heroes honorees. First, I will introduce the banners that are in memory of veterans of the past. Felix Herrera, Army, sponsored by the Herrera family. John B. Hoffman, Air Force, sponsored by the Hoffman family. Leonard Kane, Navy, sponsored by the Kane family. Frank Fuentes Sr., Army, sponsored by Frank Jr., Tracy, and Anthony Fuentes. Ralph Wood, Army, sponsored by the Poling family. And Jane Merritt McGoffna, Army, sponsored by the Strauss, Merced, and McGoffna families. Next are the banners to thank veterans who have served. Daniel Merced Sr., Army, sponsored by the Merced family. Kenneth McKay, Air Force, sponsored by Rosalia, Tatiana, and Magali. Harry Lum, Army, sponsored by the Lum family. Brian Doughty, Navy, sponsored by his Claiborne Company family. John Aviles, Marines, sponsored by his family. Chuck Lau, Navy, sponsored by the Lau family. Nassim Saleh, Air Force, sponsored by S. and Linus Saleh. Abel Cortez, Army, sponsored by the Cortez Cobena family. Matthew Allen, Army, sponsored by the Allen family and friends. Richard Rasmussen, Navy, sponsored by the Rasmussen family. William Holt Cloward, Marines, sponsored by the Cloward family. Noel Hawkins, Army, sponsored by the Hawkins family. Stephanie Cook, Army, sponsored by family and friends of Steph. Ted Liu, Air Force, sponsored by the Torrance Democratic Club. Lawrence Tsuyoyoshi, Army, sponsored by friends. And Staff Sergeant James Freeman and Sergeant First Class Lily, Army, sponsored by the Freeman family. Now, Lily is the first military working dog to be recognized on one of our banners, and Staff Sergeant Freeman informed me that it is tradition for a military working dog to always outrank its handler by one rank, so she outranks him. Next, I present the banners that proudly honor those who are currently serving. Susan Gendruco, Army, sponsored by the Gendruco family. Anthony Salgado, Navy, sponsored by the Salgado family. Dylan Cathcart, Marines, sponsored by the Cathcart family. Sergeant Aaron Nerath, Marines, sponsored by the Nerath Alatorre family. Eric Jimenez, Navy, sponsored by his grandmother Kritzinger and his grateful family. Hunter Hancock, Army, sponsored by the Hancock and Gochicoa families. Matthew Noakes, Air Force, sponsored by the Noakes family. Nicholas Grant, Navy, sponsored by the Vorndran family. Thomas Waters, Army, sponsored by his mom. And Aliciana Grace Trimper, sponsored by the Trimper family. That concludes the presentation of the 2023 Hometown Heroes banners. Anyone who is interested in the program can find more information at torranceca.gov/hometownheroes. Photos from tonight are available there now, as well as photos of past honorees, and the video from this meeting will be posted there tomorrow. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Have a good evening.
Not on item 6. Thank you, Jill. I know that we all look forward to seeing the banners along Torrance Boulevard. As a matter of fact, I believe they're all out there already, and some of you driving Torrance Boulevard may notice this past week we've been doing tree trimming in preparation for the parade. We are pleased that this is the 61st annual Armed Forces Day Parade. And the date is, remember, is May 20th at 1:30 p.m. is the parade. And for those who wants to participate in the Armed Forces Day 5K, that's 8 in the morning. So we haven't done this in 3 years. I encourage everyone to participate. Thank you to all the honorees and their families and friends who sponsor the banners. Thank you for all those who served in the armed forces in the past and present. We'll now be going to item 10, hearings, public hearings out of order. We're going to item 10A.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
would this be a good time to, I'm going to be recusing myself on this item because of a personal relationship with.
You guys skipped the public
Okay.
comment because you know
Bertucci
right
yeah.
there. Bertucci's a bigot, saying that
We-
those street vendors are ghetto and everything. You want to
So go ahead.
Yeah, so I'll be, anyways,
Sir,
I'll be,
Sir, you are disrupting our meetings. You will have time to give public comments. It will, okay, go ahead. It's not skipped, we're just taking.
That's why we're gonna hold you accountable for skipping that public comment, bro.
We are not skipping, it's coming back after this.
For the public.
That's how you're trying to silence us.
Council,
Matucci, your face is on camera, you fucking bitch.
those of you who are, you two are disrupting the meeting. We are not skipping you. It's coming after the public hearing. This is your last warning. The two gentlemen standing up in a black jacket, if you continue to disrupt the meeting, you would be asked to leave.
Crazy, bro. They didn't skip everybody on the front. They didn't skip nobody on the front. Look.
Sir, you are now ejected from the meeting, sir. Sir, the second gentleman that's talking, the black jacket, you too are also ejected. There is public coming. Both of you are ejected. Please leave the city chambers. Leave the building.
And then also, Torrance PD, putting swastikas, dismissing a man for peeing on black children. You tell me where's accountability for that? Tell me where's accountability for that? And you, Matucci, you've been exposed, motherfucker. Fucking white supremacists. Remember the
Hang on.
date. All of you. Have a nice day. You fucking shit. Keep laughing. You guys can catch me outside.
Sergeant Arns, would you please close the chamber doors, please? Okay, we'll continue our meeting. Please close the door. Councilman Matucci, you just, I know we're on item 10A, you're recusing yourself.
I am recusing myself,
So
yes,
please
thank you.
go in the back room. For the public, we will have public hearing. We're just doing we will have the oral section 7. It's just that we're doing the public hearings out of order. Now is the time and place for the public hearing on agenda item 10A, a recommendation of the Planning Commission and the Community Development Director that the City Council deny appeal and adopt a resolution approving a precise plan of development to allow one-story addition, a remodel, and a new roof to an existing one-story single-family residence on property located within the Hillside Overlay District in the R1 zone at 22216 Red Bean Avenue. The public hearing will be conducted as follows. Staff will begin with a presentation of the project and respond to any questions the City Council may have. The appellant will have a 10-minute period to speak and make a presentation and respond to any questions the council may have. Afterwards, the proponent will have a 10-minute period to speak and make a presentation and respond to any questions the council may have. Then the public comment begins with each speaker having 2 minutes to speak. At the conclusion of the public comment period, the appellant will have a 5-minute period for rebuttal. Has this matter been properly advertised?
Yes, Your Honor, it has.
Thank you. Is there a staff presentation?
Thank you, Your Honor. Oscar Martinez with the Community Development Department, and I have a brief presentation that covers the material in your agenda item tonight. Slide, please. This presentation will provide an overview of the project that includes the location and zoning, site plan and elevations, site photos, and will conclude with a recommendation to the City Council. Slide, please. This slide shows the location and zoning of the project. The project site, highlighted in orange color, is situated on a rectangular-shaped lot measuring 6,500 square feet in area, which meets the minimum lot area and minimum dimensions required in the R1 zone. The project site is oriented towards the west on the east side of Red Beam Avenue, which slopes as it runs north to south, with nearby 1- and 2-story residences situated above and below the project site. All property shown on this slide consists of single-family residences located in the R1 zone single-family residential district and within the Hillside Overlay District. Slide, please. This slide shows the site plan. The property consists of a one-story single-family residence. The residence is positioned at the center of the project site and provides a 16-foot setback to a covered front porch and 20-foot building setback. A 22-foot 6-inch rear yard setback, and the existing side yard setbacks will be maintained at 6 foot 1 inch on the north side and 6 feet 3 inches on the south side of the property. All building setbacks meet or exceed the setback requirements of the R1 zone. As proposed, the residence measures 2,483 square feet, resulting in 41% lot coverage and FAR, and the total usable open space in the front and rear yard areas measure 3,615 square feet, which exceed the 33% minimum open space requirements of the R1 zone. Slide, please. This slide shows the front elevation of the residence as viewed from Red Beam Avenue. The proposed residence measures 16.02 feet in height from the topmost ridge line down to the lowest adjacent grade at the northwest corner of the residence, all within the allowable 18 feet height limit for a one-story residence in the R1 zone. The architecture demonstrates appeal through modulation of building masses, elevations, and roof lines that promote visual interest. Exterior finishes consist of are consistent with new residential construction in the area and include a combination of wood siding, stucco finish, and a comp shingle roof. Additional features and design enhancements include the front porch and in the front yard and an open trellis in the rear yard, which promote quality and experience and increase value. Slide, please. This slide represents the rear elevation of the residence. Slide, please. And this slide represents the north elevation of the residence. Slide, please. And this slide represents the south elevation of the residence. Slide, please. This slide shows the location of the appellant, highlighted in blue color, and of the proposed project site, highlighted in orange color. Staff notes that property owners at 22219 Red Beam Avenue have submitted a letter of support for the project approval. Slide, please. This photograph was taken from Red Beam Avenue looking east at the silhouette. Slide, please. This photograph was taken from Red Beam Avenue looking northeast towards the residence. Slide, please. This photograph was taken from Red Beam Avenue looking southeast at the residence. Slide, please. And this photograph was taken in front of the project site looking in a southwest direction. Slide, please. And this photograph was also taken in front of the residence looking in the northwest direction. Slide, please. During the most recent field assessment completed on April 13, 2023, staff met with the property owners at 22225 Red Beam Avenue and made observations from the front yard and living room of the residence. This photograph was taken from inside of the residence at 22225 Red Beam Avenue. The property owners have stated that their view from the living room is impacted by the proposed project at 22216 Red Beam Avenue. When standing in the living room area, staff did not observe the silhouette being rapidly visible through the window. Slide, please. This photograph was taken from outside of the residence at 22225 Red Beam Avenue while standing near the front porch entry. When looking northeast, staff observed city views maintained over the silhouette. Slide, please. This photograph was taken from the side yard at 22225 Red Beam Avenue while standing near the side yard gate. While looking east, staff observed an incomplete view of the silhouette. The silhouette was partially obstructed by the vegetation with views of the city over the project site. In the judgment of staff, the proposed residence does not result in a substantial adverse impact to view, light, air, or privacy of surrounding residences. The project has been redesigned to lower the roof height and preserve city and mountain views of surrounding residences, and the modifications will alleviate a roof drainage issue. In addition, the proposed residence will provide an updated materials and finishes that are compatible with recent development trends in the area. Slide, please. And in closing remarks, the recommendation of the Planning Commission and the Community Development Director is that City Council deny the appeal and adopt resolution approving the project. With that said, thank you, Your Honorable Mayor, and staff's available for any questions.
Thank you. Does the council have any questions for staff at this moment? Councilwoman Kalani.
I don't have a question yet. I just do want to disclose that I did meet with the owner of the subject property. I spent some time on multiple occasions at different times of the day, walking the neighborhood as well. And I will make my decisions today based on the items that are presented tonight.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lewis.
I have the same disclosures as Councilwoman Kalani, and I will make my decisions based on the testimony that I hear before me tonight.
Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to disclose that I did meet with the owner of the property considering the improvements, as well as I did at a separate time walk the neighborhood in the evening time and observe the situation. But my decision will be based on the facts that I hear tonight.
Thank you, Councilman Shade.
Thank you, Mayor. I do also want to disclose that I visited the property multiple days, multiple times, but I will make my decision based on the material provided to me. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilman Kaji.
I too wish to disclose that I have visited the property. I have met with the owner. I have toured the neighborhood and the immediate area surrounding the property, and I will make my decision based on the testimony provided this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Kaji. I too have visited the location and walked around the front and back. I will make my decisions tonight based on the information data that's shared to the public. At this moment, if there's no other questions from the council, the appellant will have 10 minutes to speak. Is the appellant here in the chamber tonight? Please come up to the microphone and the clock will start.
This one?
The microphone right there, you're right in front of it.
Oh, sorry. Hi, my name is Steve Rizzo, and I reside at 22225 Red Beam Avenue. First of all, the pictures that we're taking on that day from inside my living room, it was a rainy day there, and obviously they could have pulled the shutters away in order to take a better picture. I did notice that we did have some council members come by. There was only one that came into my yard to get my vantage point, and I'm just not quite sure why the other members didn't come there to take a look. They just walked down the sidewalk, just kind of taking a quick view. When we had the Planning Commission meeting, the vote was not unanimous. The vote was 3-2, 3 for yay and 2 for nay. And of course, we weren't allowed to talk about why the decision was made for their votes. However, one of the nay votes did say that if that was their property, they would not want to give up any of their view also. The ironic thing is before the commissioners voted, they asked the architect if he could build at code, because code is a single-family dwelling, hillside overlaid is 14 feet. And the architect stated that he can meet that demand, although he may have to cut his timber or his lumber one extra time. So I just don't understand why the 3 yays would vote on that when they can meet code, and me and my wife and my property would still have our view, as well as the Borg family across the street. So we are now being penalized, and we're going to be losing value on our property as well as losing our view. I just don't understand why they can't build the code, since they said they could build a code. So I just don't understand why we would upset the apple cart like that when we can do what the rules are written for. If we're going to continue to do this, then we need to change the ordinance in order to make sure that people like the Lews can do their remodel. Otherwise, we're going to set a precedent where everybody's going to come in and want to do a remodel, and what are we going to do then? I'm going to lose my view, so if this gets approved, then am I going to be able to raise my house to get my view back? It's just confusing that they won't build to code. That's the frustrating part. I just don't understand that that's the easiest way out. It's the most logical way out, and it makes everybody happy, and it doesn't put the two neighbors out that are the ones being penalized the most. So if we're not going to build a code, then we need to change the ordinance. Thank you.
All right, so at this moment, does the council have any questions to the appellant who just spoke? Councilwoman Kalani.
I actually have some clarification. Am I able to ask staff?
Sure.
Okay. Could you please verify that vote for me, was it, please?
Sure, Councilwoman Kalani. The Planning Commission vote was actually 4-2 with one commissioner absent.
And then could you also clarify the code for me as well?
Sure. So in the R1 zone, the maximum height limit is 18 feet for a one-story residence, to 27 feet for a two-story residence. Because it's within the Hillside Overlay District, any construction over 14 feet in height or proposing a second story is subject to a precise plan of development, and it's reviewed and approved by the Planning Commission and and City Council upon appeal.
Thank you.
So staff, I have a question. So looks like the homeowner applied for a precise plan and went to the commission and the plan department. So the term, it's not built to code, is that a yes and no response?
The applicants have proceeded through the proper process for for proposing construction that is over 14 feet in height. And I should also note that the applicants have revised and lowered the roof height in response to potential impacts on a previous design.
Super. Thank you. Any other member of the council have questions at this moment? Yep. Councilman Griffiths.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I might have missed it, but what was the height of the current maximum roof height?
If you allow me a quick second, Councilman, I can provide that for you.
Thank you.
Councilman, the current height is slightly over 14 feet. It's approximately 14 feet 4 inches.
14.4, thank you.
I do have one question. I believe the appellant resides at 22225. Can you show the picture from the view from the appellant's home for us again? Okay. Just to jog our memory, so we just want to see which. Right.
I believe it's page 16.
Yeah, that is a photograph from the outside of the residence. The one from the inside is partially obstructed by the shutters.
Okay, so if you went from indoor to outdoor, this is pretty much the view. Okay. All right. And Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. For the same context, if we go back to slide 14, please. Northeast view. I have a different number for northeast view.
Apologies for that. I believe it might
I'm
be
talking
slide
about
11.
This one.
I think if you go back 2 slides, you're there.
This is it. This is it. Thank you. Thank you. So what's the difference? The picture is taken from this angle and the one that you showed from residence 22225. I'm trying to visualize how far were you when you took both of these pictures, because it's the same angle, but 2225 I see considerably impacting the view, but in this picture not.
Sure, Councilman Sheikh. This photograph was actually taken from the street level or the sidewalk, kind of kitty corner away from the project site. The other one was actually taken from the subject property, essentially in front of their front porch.
Okay. So could you please go back to the 16, slide 16, please? Yes.
Yeah, so this photograph was taken from the actual standing on the property itself.
And where is the house being built? They're going to raise the roof. Do you see that house from in this angle?
Yeah, so it's, if you can see the middle white fence, that's the subject property.
Okay. And if you can just with your cursor, can you show, it's hard to see from here, where will be the line for the roof if we construct the new line?
It's very difficult to see on this picture, but it's approximately where the mouse cursor is being placed.
Okay. Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council? Let me see. At this time, I'm going to give the proponent up to 10 minutes to speak. Please come to the microphone.
I have some handouts. Can I pass this along?
Okay.
Should I start or just wait for this handout to go out first?
Your clock is starting, so I would just start talking. We'll look at.
Gotcha, thanks.
Got it.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Chen, council members, staff, and community members. Thank you for allowing us to discuss our proposed project. My name is Johnny Liu, and my wife Betty Liu is situated in the back. We are the owners of 22216 Red Beam Avenue. I'd like to give you a quick history and background on my family. My parents and I moved in this home on Red Beam in 1986. I have been residents at this property for 37 years. Both my parents retired and passed away while on hospice in this home. My wife and I raised 2 daughters in Torrance, who are now in college. I have been employed at USC for over 20 years, working as the IT director for the athletics department. My wife has combined 17 years between Providence Little Company in Mary and Torrance Memorial as a social worker. We established our roots in Torrance and contributed to this community. Our goal is to renovate this home and to hopefully retire in it. At the time the home was originally purchased in 1986, my parents struggled to renovate this home properly. We are now left with a remodel project at a home with a substandard and problematic design. The home now has decades of problems in the roof line and drainage issues. These issues are now causing additional health concerns and water damage in other parts of the property. The solution of the roof line and drainage is a major reconstruction project which can no longer be resolved by patching, re-shingling, or adding rain gutters. If you have a moment now to reference the documents I provided. One is the aerial view to see the problem of the roof design from above. The other pictures are of what the roof looks like close up. You can also imagine the problem we are now facing inside the home after this exceptional rain season. We're in a situation where we need to resolve this major problem. When we started this journey of remodeling in March of 2022, we started communicating with all our neighbors, even before we had any plans. Please note that on our side of Red Beam, the east side, there are 17 homes, which 9 of them are 2-story. In August of 2022, we submitted our plans and put up a silhouette for a 1-story remodel. The initial plan submitted had a roof peak of 17.5 feet. When we heard our neighbors had issues with the proposed design, we wanted to discuss with them our concerns with them directly to see if we could resolve them. In an attempt to put forth the effort to settle any issues, we adjusted our design, lowered the ridge height by 18 inches, and then again went through the process of resubmitting plans to the city and putting up a new silhouette. Our current roof peak height is at 14.33 feet now. The peak at the new projected roof now has been adjusted and lowered to 16.02 feet. The remaining height will remain at 14.33 feet. The total net increase at the peak height would be 20.28 inches or 1.69 feet above the current height of the roof. Please know that we have made numerous efforts to communicate and resolve the concerns. Majority of the neighbors on both sides of Red Beam have no concerns and actually support the renovation of this house. We have letters of support from 2 of the neighbors that are directly west of our home on Red Beam. We also have support from the neighbors that is 1 street west of Red Beam on Warmside. These homes on Warmside have a direct line of sight to our home. Throughout this process, we have made attempts to outreach with our neighbors, as well as physically changing plans in an effort to resolve any ongoing concerns the neighbors may have. Not only have we presented a project within the guidelines, but a home that is reasonable and not overbearing, a home which will be appealing to the residential neighborhood. An impartial, thorough assessment had been conducted by the planning department of all concerns raised. It was concluded that due to the topography of the street and different building pad elevations, the project as designed does not adversely impact view, light, air, or privacy. Our proposed project not only addresses the problem we have had in the last 3+ decades, but allows our family to build a home into our retirement. In summary, as stated in the planning report, after several visits by the planning department, after they have spoken with all concerned parties, the planning department has recommended to approve this project. Also, after the planning commission meeting, they also voted in favor of our project. Please deny the appeal. Thank you for your time, and our designer, Dave Cole, can come up next to answer any specific questions you may have regarding design and numbers.
Hi, my name is Dave Cole. I helped them through the design process. I can answer any height questions you might have.
Okay. You left 5 minutes on the table, but does any member of council have questions to the proponent?
I do.
Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Liu. You said, did I hear correctly, you said there is no change in the height? It remains 1433?
That is the existing height of the roof now.
And
my
with the
house is at 14.33.
And with construction, it will be 1433?
No, it will be raised to 16.02.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the council? I don't see any. I think it's pretty clear so far. At this time, are there members of the public who wish to be heard on this matter? And in this case, there will only be 2 minutes for public comment on this. This is public comment, not the appellant. Just want to let you know.
Good evening. My name is Clint Fisher. I'm the owner of the property at 22228 Red Beam Avenue. In 1977, the City Council adopted the hillside overlay to provide development standards, design review criteria, and limitations for hillside and coastal development. The proposed enlargement to the subject property located at 22216 Red Beam does not comply with the provisions of Article 41.6 of the hillside overlay standards. Provision A, the proposed enlargement will negatively impact the north-facing Los Angeles view of the property located at 22228 Red Beam Avenue. Provision B, the proposed enlargement to the back of the house is not consistent with the other properties in the neighborhood. No other properties protrude into the backyard like the proposed addition. This will create a very bad precedent for the hillside overlay neighborhood. And provision C, the proposed enlargement to the back of the house does not seem to allow for proper rear yard setback for a one-story dwelling. Even though our rear property lines extend well into the downslope of the hillside, this should not be used to determine the required setback. This development, according to the provision C, this development will not be in harmony with the other properties of the vicinity, words from that provision. For these reasons, we ask the City Council to deny the approval of this development until these hillside overlay standards have been legally met. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have anyone else from the public? You have 2 minutes.
Okay, that's not intimidating at all. Hi, my name is Linda Borg. I currently reside at 22222, which is the neighboring property of the proposed addition. So the hillside is like this. So Mr. Liu's property is here and my property is here. My father and my family lived there. I grew up there my whole life. Right now he's in assisted living, so I am renting the property with hoping to buy. I know exactly where we live and how lucky we are to live there. Everybody that lives on our street has fought and worked really hard to be in this neighborhood, so I totally understand. Also, no one is saying that Mr. Liu shouldn't remodel. We all want him to and support the remodel. That roof is like atrocious, and I can't imagine what they're going through. However, I just don't think that we need, I don't think that they need the allowances that they're asking for because they're breaking the rules. So what they want to do is breaking the rules of an ordinance that has been put into place to keep our views and our homes, in compliance with the city that has, put together these laws. And so we all want the remodel. We just want it done in the way that it's meant to be done. So again, with what Clint was just saying, the proposed is not only going up, but it's going out down the back, and it will take my father and because I currently live there, complete north side view out of the picture completely, and I'll be staring at their house, which is fine because, they'll see a lot of me in my windows. But that's all we're saying, and I just ask that you take a look at that because if it was your home, I believe that you would fight for it just as much as we are. And we do want him to remodel. We just want him to do it the right way within the right allotment. I don't know what I'm saying, but you get my drift. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. I'm going to ask staff. I heard comments doing it the right way. Did the proponent follow the process? I just want to make sure, there's a lot of claims, what's the right way and following. I just want to make sure you share with us.
Sure, Your Honor, yes. As previously stated, the applicant or the proponent did proceed the proper way, which again, within the Hillside Overlay District, any construction that's over 14 feet in height or proposing a second story in a residence is subject to a precise plan of development that's subject to review and approval by Planning Commission and or City Council review and approval upon appeal.
Thank you very much. Do we have anyone else from the public who wants to comment on this item at this moment before I ask I think the appellant will have to come back. If not, the appellant, you'll have 5-minute period for rebuttal.
Like I was saying, my name is Steve Rizzo. I live at 22225 Red Beam Avenue. We've been there for 26 plus years, and we have remodeled our home as well, and we built to code. We proposed this development, especially since the architect spoke at the commission meeting and stated that he could build to code at 14 feet. I still am baffled by the fact that we are going to let them build higher than 14 feet when they said that they could commit to 14 feet. The current plan is going to take our entire city view, and we too are part of this community. I spent 32 years down at American Honda Motor Company, and my wife lived at Cranbrook and Torrance Boulevard. And my father-in-law has been a firefighter here in Torrance for more than 30 years. We have blood, sweat, and tears in this home. We did the remodel, and it's our mindset that City Council would enforce this hillside overlay. as I stated in 2023, and I think I have to challenge the fact about the voting because we did have one commissioner step away when the vote was taken. It was 3-2, yay to nay. And of course, no one was allowed to talk after the voting was done. I just find it's really ironic. That's all I got to say. I just don't understand why the pictures also, I sent in numerous pictures, and then I've even asked the photographer if I could open the shutters. There's no shots I gave that are actually blowing up seeing the silhouette. You can't see the silhouette at all. And they came up after the silhouette was up for over 9 months. All the ribbons are faded, and the shots that you shown just now, you can't get any view of that. We're completely blocked of day and nighttime city view in Torrance, and I don't think it's necessary because if they do build a code at 14 feet, we could all be happy, and as like Linda stated, they can go ahead with their remodel and we could be happy. Instead, we're going to be penalized because the value of our real estate is going to go down, and who knows what that real estate value is going to be in the years to come. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Griffith, did you want to ask questions to the appellant?
No, but it is something I want to ask before the public hearing is closed.
Okay, go ahead.
Question of the property owner or the property owner's architect. I'm just curious to know, is there any way at all that this roof line could be kept no higher than the current roof line?
The house already is higher than 14 feet. It's 14.33.
I understand that. I just said, can it be kept at the current roof line height, no higher?
No, it can't. The size of the existing house determines what the roof pitch is. And to make a proper drainage, we lowered the 5 and 12 slope to a 4 and 12 to bring it down. The existing plate lines are 8 feet 1, so whatever we build has to be at 8 feet 1, which determines the actual ridge and roof pitch. So we can't make it lower when we're combining two roofs together into one, and that's where the initial drainage problem came in with the crickets and everything. We're just trying to do a proper roof to match what the house should look like. And there's kind of a misspeak. I never said in the Planning Commission hearing that it could be built to 14 feet. We have the audio and we have the transcript of it. The Planning Commission asked me the same question, and I said we can only possibly cut the rafters down a couple of inches. That was about it. If we cut the rafters deeper than what a normal construction would be. I never committed to 14 feet, and it's in the transcripts of the Planning Commission hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is for community development. I just want to confirm, we did get in our documents the shading study. Can you explain to me just a little bit more to make sure that I understand it correctly, the times that you do the shading study? I know it's more than once, I think I read in the documents.
Councilwoman Lewis, I don't believe that we did a shade study for this one or required one. We do go out and assess we do require silhouettes, and that's how we determine if there's any substantial or significant adverse impact to view, light, air, or privacy. Staff did go out multiple times on multiple dates, but as far as what those dates and times are, I would have to follow up with you on that, Commissioner. I'd have to talk with staff. All right, Councilwoman.
Hold on, what did I read on the shading portion of it? And then my second question is, the roof line, as the architect is stating, is within the overlay code? We're not adjusting the overlay for this?
Correct, Councilwoman. We're not deviating from the hillside overlay district. As previously stated, any construction that is over 14 feet in height or 2 stories is subject to a review and approval of a precise plan of development by Planning Commission and/or City Council.
Copy, and my correction, my error, I was referring to the silhouette certification of the residence.
So yes, we do require a certification to be performed by a licensed engineer that documents the heights and essentially the location of the ridges are accurate, are as provided for in the architectural plans.
Okay. And then the setback that's required, would that be actually down the hill? Because when I did visit the location, the residence is going to end just as it goes down the hill. Is that setback included?
Yes, Councilwoman, the setback is measured from the property line, and there is a downward slope towards the rear of the property.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions to staff. Mr. Martinez, you said, I just wanted to confirm from you, a comment was made earlier that the design is not consistent with the neighborhood theme. Is that accurate?
I believe that was a comment made by the appellant and a member of the public, but in the judgment of staff and as provided for in the resolutions, in the judgment of staff, it is compatible with the neighborhood. It does provide materials very similar in finishes to current development trends that are in the area. And again, we do have, it's essentially, they're not utilizing any kind of special architecture or anything like that. It's traditional construction. So that's why staff felt that it was compatible with the neighborhood.
Thank you. Another comment was that the setback requirements were also compromised.
Yes, Councilman, I believe that was a comment made by one of the members of the public who I believe would want to have the setbacks taken from the top of the slope. As I mentioned, or as I responded to Councilwoman Lewis, the setbacks are measured from the property line.
You also stated earlier that there is no substantial impact, but there is an impact. Is that accurate?
Yes, Councilman, I believe that any construction would have any kind of proposed impact to anybody's view. I believe the threshold that was upheld in the court, and I believe our city attorney can also clarify, but there has to be a substantial, significant adverse impact. And what that substantial is, that determination is made by Planning Commission or City Council.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify again, the only variance to the hillside overlay is the approximate 2 feet of roof height. There's no concern with the footprint of the new design. Is that correct?
Councilman, yes. Just for clarification purposes, this is not a variance request. They are not deviating from the R1 code. This is, again, within the hillside overlay district, and those special findings must be made by your body. And yes, that's correct. So they are increasing the roof height, essentially, as the applicant stated, I believe about 20 inches, which is the reason for them being in front of you tonight.
Thank you.
Councilman Griffiths.
Yeah, thank you. This is for staff. If the maximum roof height was below the 14-foot as defined in the hillside overlay, then there would have been no reason for this to come to Planning Commission for review?
Well, Councilman Griffiths, it actually could still come before your body. Any request in the hillside overlay district even those that are below 14 feet are subject to a minor hillside exemption. And at times those could be appealed to the Planning Commission and City Council.
But 14 is just kind of a number that kind of says if it's below that, you're kind of within what we feel is comfortable. Anything certainly above that requires review.
That's correct, Councilman. So anything that's below 14 feet is not subject to the public hearing process.
That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilman Shake, looks like you have a go back.
Thank you, Mayor. Once again, I want to go back to the picture taken, which is on page 16, 22225. Could you please go back to that slide? Sorry, I should have asked earlier. Slide 16, please. Sorry.
I think that's a picture that looks like you're standing in front of the appellant's home.
Yes.
With a patch of green grass and looking at the sky.
I just want to ask one more time, which area will be impacted? I know I asked before. Yes. So could you please, with your cursor, one more time, the area that will be impacted? Yes, from here all the way to, yeah, keep going, right? Or this area? Excuse me? So, okay, the line that you're putting here, this. Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Councilman Kaji.
Thank you. This is to staff. I'm looking at the appeal form submitted by the appellant, dated January 30th. And on the second page, the appellant states the Planning Commission voted 3-2 in favor of the remodel. And I'm going back to the minutes of the Planning Commission meeting of January 18th. So I just want to reconfirm that the vote was 4-2. Commissioner Kartsonis was absent. So it was 4-2.
That's correct, Councilman.
All right, thank you.
Any other members of the council have any questions? I mean, I've looked at all the data. I've questioned the staff to make sure that we're making our decisions based on facts, not personal opinion. Thank you, Councilman Shake, for bringing back the picture. I think I'm looking for it too. And I think we have a motion to close the public hearing.
Yeah, move to close the public hearing.
Second?
Okay, I entered it. Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matucci recused.
Thank you. At this moment, how does council wish to take action on this matter? Just hit on the floor. Yeah, there you go. Is this the current one? Is this the old one? Okay, so you're gonna do the motion.
Nope.
Oh, okay. Oh, you want to talk? Okay, Councilman Griffiths. Sure.
Okay, after hearing everything and visiting the property and my own personal experiences, both as a city council member and a former planning commissioner, I kind of understand what to look for in these types of situations. And from my own personal experience, I owned a property, I don't currently, in the Hollywood Riviera in the hillside overlay area that did have a city lights view. And I very much understand the benefit of a city light view. I did take the opportunity to come by this property, the appellant's property, at 2225 last night in the evening, to be able to see for myself what the city lights view is currently. And from that the window level of that property at 2225, I was able to see a city light view over the subject property. However, I also did see that the silhouette would impede that city light view across the whole ridge line of that property. And so in my opinion, this project, if built at the height being proposed, would significantly impact the city light view of the appellant at 2225. And so for that reason, I can't support this project as is, and that's why I specifically asked if there's any way to reduce the roof height to the current roof height, which I could support. But since it was given as an answer to me that it can't be reduced to the current roof height, I have to oppose this project. I also am concerned, but did not get an opportunity to view from the two properties to the south at 2222 and 2228, both who spoke against this project, where the addition at the back of the proposed project would extend beyond the current line of sight, so to speak, and I could see where there's a potential, and I didn't see it for myself, so I can't say for sure, but I can see where there would be a blockage of a view from the properties to the south looking towards the north. If you could bring up the slide, which is part of the city's presentation, I think it's page 2. That would be helpful. Thank you, that's the correct one. So you can kind of see where the two properties to the south, the rear of their properties are kind of lined up, as is it also lined up with the current configuration of the proposed project at 22216 before any remodel. However, with the proposed remodel, the property at 22216 would extend out considerably further to the east, which in my opinion has the potential. I could not see it since I didn't view it myself, but I do believe it has the potential, based on hearing the comments from the property owners at the south, that it could potentially be blocking the views from those two properties. So for those reasons, I am opposed to this project. I do believe that the property owner at 2225, the appellant, has the right to a city light view, and in my opinion, that this project as proposed would take away a significant portion of that city light view. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any other council members have a comment? If not, I would. Oh, go ahead, Councilwoman Kalani.
I clicked in a little bit late. I did spend some time in the area, and I took very seriously view, light, air, privacy. Again, we're only talking about the roof line, so yes, they're extending out the back of the house, but that wouldn't be something that is controlled by or advised by the Hillside Overlay Committee. I don't know what the right word you want me to use. So we're only talking about the height of the house. We've heard from the property owner and the architect that in order to get the proper roof pitch on a house that's already there, already been built, the only way is to raise it slightly. I would be in support of this project. I do not believe that view, light, air, and privacy is significantly affected as defined, and maybe we could get a little bit better definition of significant from staff. How do we define that?
There is no definition in the Torrance Municipal Code. The case that Oscar referred to just said substantial. And so if you look in Black's Law Dictionary, that just says being significant or large and having substance. That's the definition of substantial.
I think the last picture that Councilman Sheikh asked staff to bring up is probably the best picture. We're going to go by the data that's presented today. And I would agree with you. You know, it'll be each of us as individuals determine in our mind if it's significant view of blockage, and I would agree with you. the 1.5 foot to get proper drainage. I'll share my opinion. I don't see it significant. I think we're looking for it, but I see a pretty big sky in the picture. So I would be voting in favor of this. It's actually, to me, it's actually a very simple case. It's not a complicated case. We're looking for significance. So, Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a quick question for staff. So I'm a meet in the middle type of person. So what does that look like? Would that give the homeowner the ability to repair it, and it would take it down like what, less than a foot? Because we're going up 2 feet. And I'm so sorry, I can't. I'm being distracted by music in the audience.
Would you please turn down your phone? We're almost done here. Just let us finish. Thank you.
Councilwoman Lewis, can you clarify the question again, please?
I'm trying to figure out, is there a way for the homeowner to lower it just not all the way to its normal height, but enough to raise it, but not the entire way?
Councilwoman Lewis, that would be more of a question for the applicant's architect or designer to be able to answer that technically.
I'm sorry, you said technically?
Yeah, because to provide that information, because the designer knows the roof pitches and the heights that's required, and I believe that question was previously asked, so it's best if the architect were to answer that question.
Yeah, we'd have to reopen public comment, so thank you.
Yeah, Councilwoman Lewis, I think that question was asked, and I recall what the architect said, that to get the proper drainage and from the side, the width of the house, you need a certain angle to get the drainage and to get the roof fixed from side to side. At least that's what I remember.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Yeah. Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. I am still puzzled, but it's one of the complicated matters.
Will the audience please turn off your phone? And we're trying to get this done, and then you'll have an opportunity to speak to us.
Thank you, Mayor. Definitely, it's one of the complicated matters, and in my opinion, there are reasons we have those ordinances in place.
Councilman Shake, I'm gonna, politely disrupt you. Would the audience who's allowing their phone to continue to ring, would you please just exit the chamber so you can, listen to your phones? We're almost done here. I'm really trying to, give you as much room, but we're trying to finish this hearing. Just let them finish talking. Thank you. Appreciate it. Councilman Shake, please continue. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. It's unfortunate that, there are reasons that we have ordinance in place, and it seems like if we allow this kind of, for me, it seems like that if this picture will be taken from a different angle, maybe the size of impact that we see here, that may increase. That's the reason I went to the spot a couple times. I went from different spots. One area, it looks a little more, the view impacting is more than the other. No matter which way you go, there are some impacts of the view on this property. So it seems like that it is significant enough not to create a precedent. So I'm not in favor of this project. Thank you.
Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you. If I could have staff go to page 16, please, on the slides. Okay, thank you. So as I mentioned in my previous comments, to me, this is an issue of city lights view, not sky view, not ocean view, but city lights. And city lights is very clear. If you can see the lights just in the distance, that's a city light view. And thank you very much. I appreciate your comment. So across that whole roof line of the project house, that city light view at that distance will be blocked, which is about a third of the picture. So I just want to reiterate just the fact that this is a city light view that's being impacted by this roof line, the higher roof line. And thank you for putting the cursor there. That's exactly what will be blocked. And I did view that. This picture is actually a horrible representation of the city light view. It doesn't show it at all. But if you see this same picture at night, you'll see that across the top of that property, you do see the city lights in the distance, which is, in my opinion, a valuable view. And I reiterate, that's why I oppose to this project.
Anyone else from the council wish to speak? If not, how does the council wish to proceed? Councilman Griffiths, you got a motion?
Yeah, I can't press the motion
Go ahead, you
button,
can use verbal.
Thank you. I move to uphold the appeal.
I'll second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion fails with council members Kaji, Kalani, Lewis voting no, and Mayor Chen voting no, and Councilmember Matucci recused.
Thank you. Do we need another motion the other way around, or this ends? I think we need another motion by one of the council members. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. I will motion that we deny the appeal and adopt a resolution to approve the project.
Councilmember Kaji.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with council members Griffith and Shake voting no, and Councilmember Matucci recused.
Thank you. May we get a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2023-36, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving a precise plan of development as provided for in Division 9, Chapter 1, Article 41 of the Torrance Municipal Code to allow one-story additions, a remodel, and a new roof of a one-story single-family residence on property located within the Hillside Overlay District in the R1 zone at 22216 Red Bean.
Motion to approve and adopt resolution number 2023-36.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Councilman Kaji seconds.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with council members Griffith voting no and Councilmember Matucci recused.
Okay. We're now I'm gonna bring Councilman Matucci back, and thank you very much. We'll take a 5-minute recess, please. It's now 8:40. We're back from recess. We're moving on to item 10B. Now is the time and the place for public hearing on agenda item 10B. Conduct public hearing and adopt resolution approving user and regulatory fees. Has this matter been properly advertised?
Yes, Your Honor, it has.
Thank you. Is there a staff presentation?
Staff would like to make some brief remarks to provide background, and a slide presentation will be given by Terry Madsen from ClearSource Financial.
I'm going to ask the audience, please remain quiet while we are trying to get this item done. Public comment will be coming after this item. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the Council. Joe Pham with the Finance Department. In addition to myself tonight, I'm joined by our consultant, Terry Madsen from ClearSource Financial, as well as representatives from the participating departments. Item 10B is a recommendation of the City Manager and the Finance Director that Council, 1, conduct a public hearing on modified user and regulatory fees, and 2, adopt a resolution approving the adjusted user and regulatory fees presented for recalibration. For background, the last user and regulatory fee study was completed in 2021, and the 2021 study was a limited scope, including engineering, planning, fire prevention, and police service fees. Prior to 2021, the last comprehensive fee study was performed in 2018. In the current analysis, all fees were reviewed along with the cost of service.
Excuse me, I'm going to just hold for a second. I'm going to ask the audience, please turn off your cell phone or silence. Thank you. Go ahead.
So in this analysis, all fees were reviewed along with the cost of service and cost recovery rates to determine appropriate fees proposed by departments to offset the services provided. So now Terry will give further detail on the current fee study performed in conjunction with the departments.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Thank you for allowing me to participate on this topic this evening. I know you have a full agenda, so I will walk you through the presentation, and that includes findings and recommendations, study outcomes, but I will do my best to avoid being long-winded and then leave it to the Council to direct any feedback or questions. Next slide, please. So just by way of an agenda for this item, we'll talk through brief background, some fundamentals and terminology that is applicable to fee studies throughout the state, and then findings and recommendations that are specific to Torrance, and then next steps. Next slide, please. Next slide. So just as a reminder to the City Council, these fees are reviewed and updated annually as part of your city standard city operations. You typically perform a fee study every few years. And in the years in between studies, you do inflationary adjustments to align to cost of living, regional inflation. The proposed fees that are before the Council this evening are based on a study. Next slide. And just as a reminder, cities collect fees and charges when you're providing a service directly to a receiver of service. Next slide. So we can generally think about it as you have general fund tax revenues, and you typically use those tax revenues because you have, significant need and a whole bunch of priorities. Communities try and free their tax revenues as much as possible to be used towards programs with broad community-wide benefit, and they look for a mechanism of direct recovery when there is a direct receiver of service. Direct recovery would be like user fees and charges that you're considering this evening. Next slide. So this slide is important because it tells the Council what items fall into that world of user and regulatory fees. Tonight we're thinking about service-based fees. The most common that we think about might be development-related fees like building permitting and plan review, entitlement review, requests to encroach in the city right-of-way, permitting and licensing, those kind of things. But I think the item on the left is just as important, that tells the Council and the community what is not being considered this evening. So this evening we're not thinking about taxes, assessments, or utility rates, those things that, that were affected by sort of day after day after day. These are discretionary or items that are regulatory in nature. Next slide. Cities like you throughout the state conduct these fee studies on an ongoing basis, and they do it to comply with legal requirements that are outlined in the California Constitution and the California Government Code. And another primary reason we set fees and we recover our cost of service is to help communities continue to meet that service level expectation of the community. So we want to recover our cost of service so that we can continue to meet that service level expectation. Next slide. Just as a reminder, because these are fees, we do follow some parameters. One of the primary parameters we follow is aligning fees to our cost of service. So we are not in the profit-making business. We are in the cost, we're thinking about cost recovery. And so we do think about that idea of cost of service. And then we also think about proportionality and receiver of service. So the idea of proportionality, if something is more complex in nature, it would have a higher cost of service. And we don't want to transfer one program's cost to another program. We don't want to consider ability to pay in the idea of calculation of cost of service. Next slide. So because these are fees, they are adopted by the City Council. They are approved by the City Council and adopted by the City Council at the conclusion of a public hearing. Next slide. So I'm going to go very quickly through these concepts. Cost of service, cost recovery, and subsidy. These are three concepts that we'll walk through. Next slide. Cost of service, because these are service-based fees, we are trying to understand how much does it cost us to provide
Excuse
the service.
me, sir, I'm going to interrupt you. The two ladies in the back there, I'm just going to ask you, you've been disrupting us continuously, and I'm giving you your final warning tonight. Please do not disrupt the meeting. After we finish this public hearing, we'll be going to the public orals. So just please let us finish our business. Thank you.
Next slide, please. So the idea of cost recovery and cost recovery policy, frequently when we think about, well, once we know our cost of service, what do we set fees at? We think about that idea of direct benefit versus community benefit to inform cost recovery principles. Next slide. And just this idea of subsidy. So if we know what something costs us to provide to the service, if something costs $200 to provide, but we only charge a fee of $100, we would say we incurred a cost of $200, we received $100 from the fee payer, the general funds of Torrance or some other resource paid for that difference between the cost of service and the fee. Next slide. And then we'll go into findings and recommendations and next steps. So you collect two primary types of fees, regulatory fees or things we would consider non-discretionary. And you typically target full cost recovery from these fees. This is like permitting and inspection services. Next slide. Here's what we see in the regulatory fee world in Torrance. For building fees, we do see that you recover your cost of service because you proactively manage cost recovery. So fees are proposed to remain unchanged, and there are no new fees proposed in the building world. Engineering and encroachment permits, only minor changes are proposed. 1% change because you have been making these inflationary adjustments. No new engineering fees. Next slide. Fire, over the last several years, we've been trying to enhance fire cost recovery, but you've been phasing it in over a multi-year period. So we continue to do that phase in to enhance cost recovery. And then for fees that follow just predetermined inflationary adjustments, we continue to follow that precedent. Next slide. There are a few new fees proposed for fire. We always work with the departments to see if you have any new fees for service. These are fees, these are services that are already provided. You just don't have a cost recovery mechanism in place today, but they are collected by other agencies, requests for certain types of construction. Next slide. In the planning world, for the vast majority of your fees, only minor changes are proposed, less than 1%. You do have some areas where staff is trying to just enhance cost recovery, and we've recalibrated your cost of service. And then you have some new fees that are proposed. Again, these are services that are being provided and that you're just trying to recover some of that cost. Next slide. Police fees, a lot of these fees are limited by the state, so we comply with those state limitations. The changes proposed are typically $10 or less. And then we'll move into the discretionary fees. So that was the regulatory fee world. Now we'll move to the discretionary fee world. You'd collect discretionary fees for user choice programs. No one has to pay these. And the city does promote these and target less than cost recovery. Next slide. So in the Cultural Arts Center, only like 2% adjustments are proposed.
Excuse me, sir.
Yep.
The two ladies who are intentionally creating noise and disruptions in our meeting, you're therefore now ejected from the City Civic Center. The two of you, you're intentionally disrupting the meeting, flipping your paper around. You are now ejected. Will you please leave the Civic Center now? We are going to recess to closed session. Thank you. Sorry. They did it to you.
Thank you.